ça? Normalement, voilà, donc périphérique audio, DAC audio. DAC. My audio output. My audio output. Yes. Donc là, on est en 4. Joueur qui écoute DAC audio, c'est bon? Did it take these guys
Test.
to an audio call instead of a video?
Hello, hello. Hey.
Yeah, you get that.
No, we're sure this is the one. I mean, okay, so yeah, that's the right one.
Okay.
Because if I pause it, goes silent. Okay, this goes up, but we still don't hear it. Sorry?
On n'entend pas très bien.
Oh wait, hold on.
We need the video and we need WhatsApp, right?
Yeah.
Vous pouvez jouer.
Yep.
Phone.
Hmm?
Mettez le haut-parleur du Mac ici que j'écoute.
No, this is a Windows computer.
Ah ok.
Yeah.
The sound.
Oh, you want it through the normal speakers?
Oui.
Okay. Here.
Okay.
Yeah, that's through the speakers here.
Okay. You have to make sure the function key is down when you do those functions. Jack, non?
Yep.
Constantly create new content. This is different RAB devices. A team member has to go to the community, bring the RAB, and update the content, or make modifications to the modules. So that was a bottleneck. Two problems, two solutions.
The backside.
As a solution to the first problem, we contributed to the development of the Calibra Works engagement.
Yeah, it's blown. Hold on. Can you try to lift the volume from the DAC?
Beautiful interface. We made it possible for a community member.
Yeah, it's just totally blown.
Yeah, I know. I've got it on like 98.
the videos. The more it is possible to experiment. And in addition, we made it possible for the community members to operate. We began with our cost.
Can you say something, Shanti? Okay, we're hearing you through the sound system. Yeah, we're hearing you through the sound system now.
Oh no, we're hearing you through your headset.
Oh.
Okay,
Try again.
Hi, hi. 1, 2, 3.
Good.
just switch your
Perfect.
when you're ready. Here's a microphone for
Okay,
you.
hang on.
Now hold the other one for the crowd.
Okay.
It's already.
Hello.
Hi, hi.
So we've had a tech marathon here, and think we might be going. Anybody a fan of the Hail Mary project out there? Project Hail Mary? The movie. The element of surprise. Okay. This is billed as a panel-led workshop. And so we are going to try and do some stuff. But we're going to have a bit of presentation first. So we're going to, I went through the frequently asked questions that we have, people, obviously frequently asked. So we're going to start with the Minawao camp in Cameroon as a place that's actually doing offline Wikipedia and other things. They're using an offline system to capture videos of endangered languages and distribute them to members of the community. So we're going to look at that first, and then we'll go through some of these questions, and I'm just going to set the stage for those. So, for example, if we want to set something up, where do we get equipment? Do we use a purpose-built device? Do we build it ourselves? Do-it-yourself packaging comes into play. Storage, big storage, SD card storage, so a number of choices there. Question of power always comes up. Solar, unreliable, a lot of issues there. And while we have, in some devices, we have built-in networking, easy to connect to, sometimes we want to extend that out, so we'll look at some strategies for that. And then the whole question of what apps and what content do we include, and how do we customize what we've got. Then, in addition to that, and we'll see that in Cameroon, people want to record things and actually deploy them on a server so they can share them with the community. We've had some interest, as this would be a future, we can't do it at the moment, to mark places of interest on a map, and then also sharing between different installs. And then finally, we'll get to the future of synchronizing content between servers, and an AI learning lab, which people ask for, and Stefan will tell us how we can and can't do it. Okay, so I'm going to start now with a different presentation. Pier Paolo Di Carlo, and we'll have a a video by Garbajon. Both of them are actually in a WhatsApp session because this room doesn't support Zoom. So we're going to hope that all works. And
Yep. Tim, can you share the screen?
you should be seeing it now. You're live, by the way. But do you see your first slide?
No, I see a black screen.
Okay. Well, we had that working before, so step backwards. We have a different.
By the way, hello everyone. My name is Pierpaolo Di Carlo. I'm a linguist. I'm not far from Paris, but not close enough to pass by this morning. I'm in Italy, and I'll be giving you some context of the project of language documentation that I'm directing in Minawao in collaboration with a lot of really great people, some of whom are connected over WhatsApp right now. And so
Excellent.
you can
Nice
see their
going.
names: Garba John, Budi John, Sulfilemon, Musa Ibrahim Zamgra, and James Bitrus, and also with the technical assistance of Ishaku Andraus. As you can see from the title, I mean, it's kind of ambitious because I would like to touch upon the issue not only of the technicalities, but also of the fact that there's a lot of social stuff that one should consider when deploying an internet in a box system in a context like a refugee camp, because Minawao is a refugee camp. And we'll see if we get there towards the end of the workshop. Okay, we can start. Next slide, Tim. Thank you. Okay, so yeah, this is the team. And Tim is in the team also because he's been our enabler and our teacher for what concerns Internet in a Box, along with Adam Holt, who participated at the very initial stage of this project in 2023. Next slide, please. So where is Minawao? Minawao is in the far north region of Cameroon, not far from Lake Chad. But very close to the border with Nigeria. And Minawao is a refugee camp that was founded in 2013. Can you also make those two clicks so that we see? Yes. Was founded in 2013 to house refugees, Nigerian refugees from the far east part of Nigeria, from Borno State, due to Boko Haram attacks. So nowadays there are about 50 or 60,000 people, but it housed even more than that, 80,000 people who are in the camp and cannot go back to their homes. The areas where all these refugees come from is known as the Mandara Mountains or Goza Hills, depending on where you are in Cameroon. They're called the Montagne Mandara. And this is an area where there are really many languages spoken. It's an area of a high linguistic diversity. And although, of course, in a refugee camp, there are many different and serious problems, I'm a linguist, I deal with languages, and that is the aspect of the camp that I dealt with. And next slide, please. So now the incredible diversity of languages in the area of the Mandara Mountains is concentrated in the camp. So there are about 25 different languages spoken in the camp, but almost everyone can speak Hausa, that is the lingua franca that is used normally in the camp. Next slide, please, Tim. So this is what is changing. Everyone was multilingual in the ancestral villages, and everyone could speak on a daily basis a number of local languages plus lingua francas like Hausa, or even some could also speak Pidgin English. But nowadays in the camp, this diversity is fading out, especially for younger generations who normally use, for the most part of their daily activities, they speak only Hausa, and the knowledge of the original languages is fading out. And this is why we started doing a language documentation project. Next slide, please. So most indigenous languages in the camp are fading out, are endangered because the younger generations rarely practice them on a daily basis. Next slide, please. So this is the project that I'm directing and I'm managing, co-managing in collaboration with local communities. We are targeting two of these many endangered languages, Chinane and Duede. We got a grant from the Endangered Languages Documentation Program, and the project is rooted at the University of Naples L'Orientale here in Italy. And it meant training local collaborators in many different things, including the use of Internet in a Box, but also with using many other programs for linguistic annotation and video making and so on and so forth. And so now, if you can go through the next slides quickly, Tim. So these are just photos from the process of what we do in the field. So there are teams of video makers who go and meet speakers of these languages. They do videos about their daily activities, or when they tell stories, retell genealogies and fairy tales, and also procedures how to cook this and that using the ancestral language. Again, yes, so these are elders from the Duede community who were talking about the history of Duede, the foundation of the Duede group. And then click again, Tim. Yeah, here women who are preparing food and talking about the problems in the camp. So everything is recorded. And so so far we recorded really many hours, kind of 50 hours in Duede, 40 hours in Chinane. Again, next slide. So, and this is the next step is, so everything is saved in our local area network, and there are transcribers who work on translating, annotating, transcribing in collaboration with me and another linguist, a local linguist whose name is Ndokobai Dadak. And so we do annotations, we translate and we study the grammar, we prepare dictionaries. So we are in the process of doing this. We are in year one of a 3-year project. Next slide. So, and as all the language documentation projects, we deposit our output in an online archive. In our case, it's the Endangered Languages Archive, ALR, that is based in Berlin. And this is a very, it's an incredibly important institution that houses a lot of linguistic material of this kind from all over the world. There are more than 700 endangered languages documented and stored, archived in LR. Yeah, we can, thank you. So, but one thing to know is that LR is meant for long-term preservation of the linguistic records, not for slick usability. So it's not like a YouTube website. It's largely open access, but there's no adaptive streaming. There's a very basic player. You can also download the files, but these are huge files because they're not compressed, because for archival records, we do not compress files. So this is obviously an obstacle for the communities themselves to access the material about their own languages, especially in cases like Minawao, where internet connection is unstable, and especially it's costly, it's expensive for local people. So this is a bottleneck. And this is the reason why we thought of using Internet in a Box to distribute content locally. So the idea is to make project output immediately or nearly immediately available for the communities through the Internet in a Box. So by saving the videos in the Internet in a Box that then can be accessed offline using smartphones and tablets or laptops locally without the need to be connected to the internet. Next slide, please. Yeah, so it's practically impossible to use LR from Minawao, and this is why we created the Internet in a Box sub-project within the project. Next slide, please. So the devices that we have are really basic, and I also want to acknowledge the support from the TK Alumni Trust. Shanti will also be talking later on and is a member of the TK Alumni Trust because they donated some of these the devices. So we basically have two small factor computers, so desktop computers that we use as servers. And then we will see in the next slide the architecture. And then we have 6 Raspberry Pis that are used as mobile Internet in a Box devices. So basically we have in the camp we have 2 different local area networks. On the left, you can see the research local area network. So there are where we see all the computers used by the transcribers, the video maker, that are connected to a central server, one of the M73 small factor computers, that we call the mother. The mother is an Nextcloud server. So we use Nextcloud for versioning and for storing all our collaborative work outputs. And then the mother is also connected through a VPN tunnel tail scale to the internet so that the content can be synced from time to time to our storage box online. So this is the research work. But the mother, our central server, is connected to the other server, the other M73 small factor computer that we call the father. And in the father, we basically the father is our internet in a box hub. We put downsized videos in the father. We prepare the modules. We prepare all the material that then we copy in the Raspberry Pis that we then deploy in the field in various places in Minawao in the camp, powered by a power bank, 20,000 milliampere hour, 65 watts power bank, and we can distribute contents this way. So these are the 2 networks that we have in the camp. Of course, yes, now the video from Garba. I hope the volume is good.
This is the home interface of our central Internet in a Box office-based server. It is always placed at the office and we use it for testing, building, and also updating new content before redistributing it to the community-based IIAB servers. Our workflow is simple. All the videos produced by the ELDP team is stored on Nextcloud, including their various metadata. So we download them and further downsize them using FFmpeg in order to reduce the size and therefore the storage while maintaining the quality. After that, we edit our module source code by adding the new files metadata to our JSON, including their source. That's the title, the date, the source, and the description, so that our JavaScript can fetch them and display it on the interface. So far, we have a different ELDP.A archive, which has all the videos, their metadata, and description. The community members can play them.
Okay. Good afternoon. Today is October 20 p.m. Right? We are here with some
as well as download them if they like. We also have the Chinene module and the secondary school modules in different forms, running from Form 1 to Form 5, based on the classification on the Ministry of Education in Cameroon's website. These modules have the lessons classified according to subjects, topics, and lessons. For example,
The Ministry of Secondary Education has developed a distance learning platform for students of secondary education in Cameroon. A series of lessons taught by
students can easily locate a specific lesson and follow up with their classes, even in the absence of teachers.
Yes, thank you. So here we see, so there's so at the beginning we were using HTML modules to distribute contents, and that is also what we used, what was used locally by Garba, Sol, Goody, and the other collaborators. So basically, they realized that Internet in a Box could be used to contribute to the solution of a local problem that we didn't anticipate. I mean, we didn't know about this situation earlier on, which is that teachers are no longer being paid so some of the teachers are no longer being paid in the Minawao High School. And so they thought of using these resources made available during the COVID-19 pandemic in order to at least provide basic educational material to the students while the teachers are not going to work. But so at a later moment, we started considering using Calibre Web instead. So instead of putting all the contents into an HTML module made ad hoc for the collections, to use instead Calibre Web. And this is what Garba will be talking about in the next video, I guess, right?
We began with our custom modules, the Chinene Archive module, the Dorede Living module, the secondary school curriculum module. At some points, we stepped back and asked ourselves an honest question. The answer was clear. Who are we really serving and how? Our team produces the contents. Our team loads them into the IIAB and distributes it. Our team does everything. So the community simply takes whatever we decide to give them. So we asked, how can we make this truly two-way instead of simple top to bottom way of distributing content? How can we make the communities involved? How can a community member using and consuming our content also contribute, engage, comment, like, and dislike? This is one of the problems we had. Secondly, we have 6 different IIAB Raspberry Pi devices placed across different locations in the community, and a central server, the father. We found it really challenging to modify, make updates as we constantly create new contents to these 6 different IIAB devices, as a team member has to go to the community, bring the IIAB and update the content or make modifications to the modules. So that was a bottleneck. 2 problems, 2 solutions. As a solution to the first problem, we contributed to the development of the Calibra Web's engagement feature, in addition to its intuitive, beautiful interface. We made it possible for a community member to leave at least a comment to the videos. We made it possible to a Chinene elder who is consuming our content to be able to like or dislike. And in addition, we made it possible for the community members to upload their own type of content. That is bottom up. A community that simply receives isn't truly participating. As a solution to the second problem, we contributed to the development of a synchronization feature across 2 IIAB servers. This allowed every IIAB device to discover the available IP addresses of Internet in a box on a network, and also made it possible for them to pull different contents. Therefore, we only update one content or add new contents to one IIAB and distribute it across the IIABs. Thank you. Now let's look at the demonstration.
Thank you. So I think this is where we stop for this first part, because we're now, we're touching upon the problem that we may develop tools, we may have very good ideas in the global north, and we think these are going to solve local problems elsewhere in the global south mostly. But when we actually deploy these systems, nobody really asked for them. Nobody asked us to go and do things in these areas unless there are local experts, local technicians. But in our case, there were no local experts before the start of the project. So the whole point that I would like at some point to discuss is ways to localize content, ways to really understand and make the content more relevant and the tool more relevant for communities who have a problem but have never thought of Internet in a Box, didn't know what Internet in a Box was all about. And so this is something that, if there's time, we can talk about towards the end of the workshop, if you want.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll come back to a couple of videos of Garbajon showing what he mentioned that he developed, but those are kind of a little bit futures. So I would like to go now through some of the details about how do you get an offline server, how do you make it if you decide not to buy it. So obviously the first choice is just to buy one already to go for your particular audience. And we have been doing that through the Wikipedia store and then directly with Wiki Project Med. And James Heilman is going to tell us a little bit about how that works, or at least used to work, and where we go from here.
Perfect. Thanks, Tim. Yes, so, more than 6 years ago, we at Wiki Project Med, we had a meeting after Montreal in New York. A bunch of us who are interested in the offline space, a bunch of who are already here. We met in New York and we discussed the issues around offline access. And one of the barriers was some people want a plug and play option where you can simply get an Internet in a Box. It comes via your postal service, you take it out of the package, you plug it in, and it simply works. So we at Wiki Project Med decided to build that, and we built the infrastructure around getting these devices and shipping them out to the world. This last year, we built 1,300 devices, and we shipped them to dozens of countries around the world. There's the odd country where we're not able to ship devices because the postal service is shut down, examples including Israel. But most places in the world, we can get devices. Occasionally they do disappear, unfortunately, but that's quite uncommon. We've only had them disappear on their way to Mexico so far at this point. out of those 1,300 devices. There is, if you go to the Wikipedia store, you can see a link to our effort to distribute these devices. We used to distribute them via the Wikipedia store. However, with all the complexities around the relationship between Canada and the United States, shipping to the United States has become substantially more difficult for us. And currently we ship everywhere in the world except the United States and Israel, unfortunately. So, the other difficulty around assembling and shipping these devices that have recently appeared is because the AI companies are gobbling up all the hardware that is being manufactured, it has become substantially more expensive to make these devices. We used to be able to put together a device and ship it for about 40 US dollars. Now the price of the micro SD card, so they ship with a 256 gig micro SD card, that's enough to put all of English Wikipedia. The problem we face is the price of those micro SD cards has tripled. So they've gone from $20 for a micro SD card, that's 256 gigs, now to $60 for a 256 gig micro SD card. And the other complexity, we used to buy these micro SD cards at scale. We bought 1,000 of them, and we've almost run out of the last 1,000 we purchased, and nobody is willing to sell micro SD cards in those volumes anymore. They just simply aren't available. If you go to Amazon, you can buy maybe 1, 2, or 3 micro SD cards at a time. The other thing you need to watch out for if you're building these devices yourself is there are a large number of fake micro SD cards out there. So even if you purchase from an organization like Amazon, if Amazon's not both the shipper and the seller, you can very easily get fake micro SD cards. So those are the complexities we're facing. Where, you know, when I get home from Wikimania, I'm going to try to figure out if we can keep this effort going to some degree. We might pivot and just restrict sales to those within the Wikimedia movement, as we struggle to address the volume of orders for these devices. But you know, we'll keep manufacturing to some degree, and of course we also include instructions on how you can build it yourself. So back to you, Tim.
Thanks, James. So as James just said, then the next approach, if you can't buy one, is to try and make one. And there are various ways to do that, some more complicated than others. The easiest way is to go, and there's a URL here on the Internet Archive. There's an image sitting there, and if you get the Raspberry Pi imager, assuming you want to build on a Raspberry Pi, you can download that image and write it to an SD card, if you can get one, stick it in a Raspberry Pi, and you will have a running Internet in a box. It won't have any content on it, and it'll have a minimal set of services, but then your next job will be to go and decide what services that you want. And the imager is here at the raspberrypi.com software, and the Internet Archive link is there. So, of course, there is another option hardware-wise, and Stéphane Colette-Matillon. My children who did French immersion always mock me out on my French pronunciation. I'm sorry. Yeah. No, they didn't discuss your name, but principles of pronunciation. Anyway, so do you want to talk a little bit about Hotspot and what's available? Oh.
Sure. So first thing, I rebound of what James said regarding hardware. I was talking to a guy from Seagate, which is one of the big 3 manufacturers of hard drives, and he was telling me that they have a backorder. So they produce 20,000 units a day, like large hard drives, like 1 terabyte hard drives. So they produce a lot, but that's the main, and they have a 1-year backorder. So it's not going to get any better anytime soon. All prices of hardware, not just the storage, but also the Raspberry Pi, everything increased. So we're in for a lot of trouble for a long time. There are different options actually for offline access to content. So there's obviously Internet in Box. Kiwix is also making its own box. There's Prepper Disk, which is a smaller segment in the US. We also do not ship to the US, and I should add that North Korea is a place we do not ship, but they never asked. But you know, just in case, I wanted to be ready, and I checked, and they don't take those orders. But one demand that is also increasingly coming is, can you do offline AI? So I'll start with a small joke. Do you know what's the difference between a local offline LLM and the exact same LLM, but online on a data center? And the answer is $200 billion of CapEx. Because what you're actually doing with an LLM, and that's one thing that people don't really realize, like to most people it's magic, you know? You input your question and then magic happens and you get an answer. But the way it works is that an LLM is actually it's a bunch of statistics. You train it on material, and it will know that, okay, based on this question, based on my training, the most logical word after that will be this, and then it will be that, and then, you know, I get 90%, and then I redo my calculation and get 99%, and then 99.9, et cetera, et cetera. So that's why you have those big-ass data centers, because they calculate what seems to be the closest approximation to the right answer. Thing is, if you got a small Raspberry Pi, you're not going to do those calculations. Or if you will, then it will take time. So what happens with AI is either you don't get the calculation right, and that's when you get hallucinations, or if you want to get the answer right, then you need to wait for 40 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes. No one is using the internet and waiting 2 minutes for an answer to a simple question. No one's doing this. I mean, like, you know, even back in the days when you had those modems that were doing beep, 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 you weren't waiting that much time. So there is that problem. Coming back to the hallucination part, there's that process that is called intellectual rendition, meaning that you get a machine that gives you words that do make sense, and you're like, oh my God, this is magic. And you don't question it anymore. You really take it at face value. So there is a danger in deploying offline content with knowledge that looks like it's right, because the sentences are actually better that you probably would write them. And it says, oh, it's a great question, Jim. Thank you for asking. And here's my answer, you know? I don't know, aspirin cures cancer. And you'll be like, oh, wow, I didn't see that one coming, but it seems like, you know, very well worded, so I'll take my aspirin. You don't want that. You don't want to deploy it in an educational environment. You don't want to deploy it in an educational context. So I will be the one saying, it would be cool if it worked. It's just not working in a reliable manner now. It is a gadget. I want to be very clear about that. Offline access to content could work, will work. It looks like it's working right now. It is not working. I want to be extremely clear on that. There's no illusion and no ambiguity. Also, the thing is that because you have a limited memory, what happens is that if you're training, so we do have projects actually, so I should maybe take a step back. We do have projects working on AI. And what happens is that you also have a memory issue. So because your device is very small and you're not working on those $200 billion thingy, like the amount of information that your LLM can remember is very limited. So if you're asking it about, I don't know, can someone tell me like about a very long Wikipedia article they read recently? Probably apples. If you ask it about apples, by the time your LLM is done thinking, it either forgot the question or it kind of overflowed in memory that it cannot handle the answer. So that's when you get a lot of time also for the answer pending. So it really is not a mature technology. It's a mature technology if you have billions of dollars. It is not, it's one of those technologies, kind of like internet access in a way. If you can't afford it, then it's not going to work. There's no magic. So we need to keep this in mind, that equipment is really getting expensive for our kind of use cases of people that cannot afford regular internet in the first place. And the technology is not mature enough for the kind of use cases where you cannot provide the compute. So it's kind of like a letdown. You know, everyone's having like very good stories about we're doing this and that, and I think we need to bear in mind that if we want to be serious about what we're doing, then we probably need to consider the fact that yes, offline access is still like 10 years behind the rich world. And that's my kind of like very negative take on life. And I hope it's not the conclusion and I'm not the last one to speak, because otherwise you'll just be, you know, going home and say, oh, life sucks. But yeah, so that's my take essentially on the AI space for offline.
Well, I was going to have you talk about AI last, but now I'm glad you didn't.
Well, you know, you got me into it with the
Yeah, no,
equipment
so you
thing.
got it in the middle here, so we have time to come down a little.
So, but basically, yeah. So you have a range of equipment, and I think people should focus on that and forget about the AI part.
Yeah. Okay.
Better?
Thanks,
My
Stefan.
pleasure.
So we've talked about pre-built. We've talked about how to make a Raspberry Pi version, but actually, if you noticed in Cameroon, they're not using, well, they are using Raspberry Pis for distributing, but they have some more desktop-looking computers that were given to them by the Thika alumni, and Shanti Bardwa is actually on the call here and is going to tell us a little bit about a couple of things that come into play when you start using maybe Intel boxes. The question is, how do you script it to make the image in the first place? And they have quite a few installations in Kenya, so they actually need to distribute, need to duplicate their images, and they have developed some ways to do that. So I'm going to turn it over to Shanti at this point.
Hi, Tim. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Start the presentation.
Yep. Working on it.
Hi. That's it. Right. My name is Shanti. Currently, I'm based in UK, in a place called Holmes not very far from Manchester. We have set up a little charity called the Thika Alumni Trust. Thika is a small town in Kenya near Nairobi, where we grew up and went to school. So a friend of mine set up this little charity, and we started donating computers. And then I came across Raspberry Pis and a Rachel server way back in 2015. And we started building computer labs, and we call them e-learning centers. The issue with Raspberry Pi is storage and availability. When I discovered Internet in a Box, being totally open source and run under a range of hardware, it became our standard solution. So we use Linux Mint and build Internet on the Box on top of that. So next slide, please. So currently we have about 200 servers in about 60, 70 odd schools. The e-learning center is a combination of desktops and Internet in a Box servers across high schools, junior and primary schools. One thing that really took Internet, made it very popular, was the fact in primary schools, the government gave them a lot of tablets, but no access to the internet. So once we introduce Internet in a Box, it makes them very useful, and we install something called MCG Pack, which is a content which is suitable for the curriculum that the government is approved. And now what's happening is because of the number of sites we have, we're getting a lot of requests to put things for special needs children. So there's a project that is in planning stage where we're going to build this e-learning center for a school with visually impaired students using Ubuntu desktop called Accessible Coconut from a charity that developed it in India. Next slide, please. So like I said, using Intel hardware, you've got no choice. We standardize on Linux Mint and external routers. I mean, again, we're not a big charity, so we have to use a lot of refurbished equipment, which is out available. You know, any Intel box with minimum spec of 1.4 gigahertz, 2 gigabyte of RAM, and 128 gigabyte of SSD is adequate to run a desktop and internet in a box on Linux Mint. You can refresh some of this equipment by changing the hard drives and also providing some extra memory, which actually makes the performance much better. We try and use a lot of refurbished equipment, but also be careful not to use too old an equipment, which could end up as e-waste. So there is a lot of equipment out there which you can actually repurpose for this purpose. Next slide, please. Right, this is just a view of what is involved. A lot of the desktops that we buy get shipped from China. There's a small NUC, new monitors, keyboards, things that makes the desktop a lot easier to implement. And obviously, you know, people have tablets and smartphones that they can connect to in the school. And again, my experience tells me that you know, an open source browser like Firefox is ideal in this situation. A lot of the routers and the switches come from, again, in UK, people upgrade their broadband services, so there are a lot of routers available, which are which probably end up as not being used, so we try and repurpose those as well. Next slide, please. One of the things we found in the beginning was that we focused too much on the students, but we forgot the teachers. So we also started building teacher laptops, which is Linux Mint desktop and internet in a box on the same device. And then once we give a projector, then it's used as a second screen, and the teacher can take the laptop in the classroom and do the lesson. So that actually works well. And also, you know, you can create a portable e-learning center that way. And I've also come across schools where they're using the laptops as a community cinema. Next one, please. Right, so one of the things that's available in huge quantities are thin clients. So I've given you a website on there where if you look up that website, it's a very detailed description of a lot of thin clients. And we've actually installed HP T520 as desktops, and I'm also experimenting with an iGel device uh, as a server. The good thing about the thin client is that, especially the iGel machine, is it runs from 12 volts. So you can actually power it, and it's very low powered. I think it's only about 20 watts. So you can actually connect it to a portable battery, like a car battery, and if you have a solar setup, then it works in there. And as an external modem, again, you can use travel modems which work from 5 volts. So you got a very small portable server that you can take anywhere, which is very much like a Raspberry Pi solution, right? But a lot cheaper, and you can build a server with a very big hard drive in it. Next slide, please. The issue with old equipment is that a lot of them will not have any decent Wi-Fi interfaces. And even when you supply a Wi-Fi dongle, a lot of the dongles don't work as access points. So you can actually build a totally wired setup with internet switching. So in a couple of places where we got e-learning center where you put desktops in small clusters, cable them up to a local switch, and then connect that switch to a head switch which is shown in the next slide. Next slide, please. So essentially, you can actually use static or fixed IP addresses. If you look at the network settings or network connections on Linux Mint, it's very easy to give a static IP address to a device. So you can create a network of your own choice. And in that picture, I've shown you 8-port switches. You can buy them, and a lot of them are available. And also you can run them off USB ports, so you don't need any. So imagine you got an M72E server and a switch, and you can connect the switch to one of the USB ports to power it up, and you can connect your server to it, and then you can build a very powerful LAN at high speed, and that works really well. So again, this is old equipment, but using very well mature technology. It's nothing special here. It's just common sense technology that we can actually deploy. And if you use 16-port or 32-port switches, then it makes it a lot easier. So that way you can build an e-learning center in a variety way, and you've got a huge choice of hardware that's already out there. On the laptop side, when Microsoft finished Windows 7, we were able to get literally 50, 60, 70 laptops from Recycler where they'd retired Windows 7 machines. So if you can look for Windows 7 laptops, they will run Linux Mint really well, and on top of that, you can put your internet in a box. So you got a very powerful device that you can host all the content. Cloning, right? So Tim asked us how we clone. So basically, we start. I will build a master. So every time we want to do an installation, I will do a master server build, install the content that I need, and then basically clone a master drive. There are lots of cloning devices you can buy on eBay or Amazon. They're not very expensive. And then you can make multiple copies of your master, and since you got the similar hardware, you just install them. Or I'll build a master in UK and I'll send copies to Kenya when we update something or we upgrade something. So that again is fairly straightforward. Desktops we buy, as I said, we buy from China, and the supplier will put Linux Mint desktop on it at the source. So again, we don't have to do that build. Next slide, please. Sometimes I've used Foxclone. Again, you can build a master server and then install boot it up with a Foxclone, and then you can clone. If you don't have a hardware device to clone, you can actually use that way. So an M72 box, Foxclone on a USB bootable device, a SATA to USB converter where you can actually put your external drives. So again, that's sometimes convenient, right? And I think Garba and you guys did that in Cameroon a couple of times, I remember. Okay. And also, one of the things I tend to do is I build a master on a very small drive. You know, there are lots of 32 gigabyte, 64 gigabyte SSDs around. You build your master server, and then you clone it, and then you can clone it to a bigger drive, let's say 240 drive, 240 gigabyte drive, expand the partition, and then install the content. So external, I built a lot of servers, one with ZIM files, one with Rachel type modules, one with MSync EPAC, one with other modules. So you can build multiple servers from the same master. I haven't done a slide on something else that we worked, Tim, if you remember. You can also build a server on a small drive and then install the /library folders on an external drive and mount it via USB, and then install your server. So, you know, you can use external library as your content drive. So again, you can copy. So let's say I've got a master drive somewhere in a school. We've done some content, and then in a year's time, the content has been updated. So all you do is you build another version of the external library and then send them the drive, so they've got extended, they've got updated content, and this is all offline, right? You know, once you've done the initial build, you don't need internet connection to update your content. So basically, that's a very brief overview of what we do. So in summary, we standardize on Linux Mint for both desktop and server build. I've never had any issue building Internet in the box on Linux Mint desktop. It works. I've built hundreds of servers and hardly any problem. And then you can use refurbished equipment. You can upgrade them with some memory and fast drives. And you can build a server from like 128 gigabytes to several terabytes. And you can build multiple servers. And your networking, again, is very basic, using you know, equipment that's, that you can get for very small cost. Okay, that's me done, Tim. If you got any questions, I'll be happy. And if anybody wants to, build anything similar, reach out. I've shared my contact details on WhatsApp and email.
Okay, thanks, Shanti. I think it's very interesting. In the days really before Raspberry Pi, we mostly did use devices like you use to build Internet in a Box. We carried sometimes huge desktop towers off to places where we did installations, and the Raspberry Pi made the transport easier. But now, if we can't get the materials, maybe it's time to go back to that earlier model. Certainly, you've shown us how to get pretty inexpensive equipment and how to work around some of its shortcomings, like if you can't make the Wi-Fi in an old laptop or an old desktop work. So
you see the beauty of Internet in a Box, Tim. The beauty of Internet in a Box is that it's totally open source, and you got such a huge choice of hardware that you can build on it, from a small server to a very big server. So you guys have done a fantastic job, keeping this going.
So we said this was going to be hands-on, and it has been pretty much hands-on for the people who've been talking, but there's actually 2 Internet in a Box servers that I spun up at the beginning. Their hotspots are out there: Internet in a Box 5, which is a Raspberry Pi 5, and W, which is the smaller 0. And I thought we'd connect to them. Unfortunately, in order to connect to them, I have to lose my connection to Pierre and Shanti and Garba. So we'll come back to you towards the end, but I want to just do a couple things. And you're welcome to connect to them. First of all, if you find that hotspot, you can connect with your phone or with a laptop. The captive portal ought to take you right to the home page. And if it doesn't, box.lan also should, but notice that it's not SSL, it's HTTP. And we've also set the address 10.10.10.10 as kind of a last resort, as something that everyone can remember. So I'm going to
enjoy.
Connect. If I can. Okay. Wow. Wow, that is slow. So the first thing to notice is, and what happens after you connect to the SSD will depend a lot on what your device is. I have a Windows laptop and I have an Android phone. Usually in those, you will get prompted to do something, and when you click Open Browser and connect, the captive portal will work, and it will take you to the home page of the device you're connected to. I find sometimes iPhones, I don't have one to test with, so I find sometimes iPhones do not do that. I was with somebody yesterday, and we had to do things, but once we brought up a browser, we did actually get to the home page. This is just a kind of a random sample. It's be unusual to have a Wikipedia in English, French, and Spanish on a given installation, because you'd be tailoring it to somebody else. So this is just kind of meant to be a collection of of wikis to show what you can have. The other thing that we often put on is an instance of MediaWiki, so that now this won't be have any Wikipedias in it. Obviously, it's just a standard MediaWiki, but people use it maybe at a yeah. That's because I lost my connection to Shanti and them. Or maybe you didn't hear that. I just heard it in my buds. Okay. Anyway, but people make home pages for schools and things like that with MediaWiki, so you can do that. I just want to show a little bit of how we would set things up. Some of the things that Shanti mentioned. So this is the admin console where you configure things. And one thing to mention right off the start is we're dealing with a Raspberry Pi here. Right now I do not have an Ethernet connection. I just have a Wi-Fi connection. So I might like to be able to connect, if one is available, to the internet and have a hotspot. So if we go into the Wi-Fi control panel, it brings up a list of available SSDs, and if I connect to it, I won't do it at the moment, but if I were to connect to it, then I could download ZIMs or other content from the Wi-Fi. So we have a single built-in Wi-Fi device that's being used to reach the internet and also being used to serve up the hotspot. And it tells you the strength of them and what kind, what kind of security it is. You put in a password and off you go. The other thing, I think Pier Paolo mentioned a Tailscale. We have the possibility of using a Tailscale network for support, and so you can. There's a couple different flavors of Tailscale. I usually use just the actual Tailscale server itself. If you put in a key here, you will this Raspberry Pi will join your Tailscale network, and then you can access it. You might, if you want me to come into it and see if you had a problem or something like that. So here's where we say what services we want. This is fairly standard. Kiwix is always there. Colibri now used quite a bit. We used to use something called KA Lite for Khan Academy, but it doesn't run. It was a Python 2 app, and we strung it along for as long as we could, and it doesn't work anymore. So Colibri now has taken the place of that and has quite a bit of content. We do have OpenStreetMap on, and the app that Garba and Pier Paolo were talking about, Calibre Web, you might know Calibre as a desktop app to import books, but there's a web version of it, and some of the IAB community modified that in order to allow downloading videos. So you can put in a YouTube URL, and it will download that and put it into your library to make it available, and you can put metadata on it. And you can also upload a video, which is how the language videos that they're doing in Minawao get put up there. And you can see that I've checked MediaWiki. I could have checked WordPress. And also Nextcloud, that they mentioned using Nextcloud as a repository for the raw files. So you do, if you want to make changes, these are the things, the ones that are checked are already installed. If you wanted to add one of these other items here, you just check it, save that modified configuration, and click Install Configured Options. And then you go off to Utilities, and you'll see various jobs that run, their status. Hopefully you end up with succeeded. And then once you have the services you want, you go in and get some content. And one of the things we've added recently are what I call presets, or here I called it a quick pick. So you can pick one of these kind of generic school in Spanish, school in French, the MD and if you select one of those and click install, it will actually go and get all the services it needs for that and the content that's kind of standard for that install. Of course, Kiwix has a ton of stuff, and so I just checked get Zim files from Kiwix, and the first thing it tells me is that my catalog is more than 3 days old, and so I should go. There might be a new Zim that's been produced recently, so I could go update that. There's a button down here to refresh the Kiwix catalog. But you produce a lot of Zims, and so in a lot of languages. The languages with the most speakers are here in the language selection, but of course there's a lot more than that. And so you can pick the particular languages that you want to see Zims for, and then you go back out, and you'll get the list of hello. No, there we go. It will show as green the ones that are already installed, but then there are a bazillion others coming down. We'll finally get into French and Spanish as we get down a fairly long list. And one of the other things that was asked for is the ability to update or upgrade. Somebody objected to the word upgrade because it's not a Delta kind of an upgrade, but it's a replacement. But if you have a bunch of Zims installed and you have an internet connection, you can go in here and it will list the ones for which a newer version is available, and then you select and click update. It'll also show you what the implications are in terms of sizing and tell you whether, this tells me I've got 79 gigs available, and if I take one of these, they're all small, so it's not going to do much. But then it shows me that I'm going to be adding some extra space onto there, which is less than what I have, so there's no problem. Because if you were to do a big Zim, we wouldn't have space for both the original and the newer version. We have to delete the original. So when you decide to do this, you will have gotten rid of the Zim you already have, but you will go get another one. Zims are obviously very popular, and that's a lot of content, but there's other content that OER2Go, also known as Rachel, has quite a bit. There's a bit installed here. We have maps. They're there to, I think, zoom level 9 or 10, something like that. But you can also decide to just add, I've added entire world, but which is fairly large, 80 gigs. But you might just add your region. If you were in Central America, you can add zoom down to 15, 16 levels just for Central America for a mere 3.31 gigs. Then another question that comes up a lot is, in addition to wanting to upgrade Zims, just how do I share them, and how do I manage them in general? So, and I don't have a USB plugged into it, but if I did, it would show me a list of the Zims and modules and other kinds of things that are on the USB, and the ones that are already installed on my SD card, and I can select and copy onto the server or off the server onto the USB as a way of help me install multiple versions of the server and get the same content. Yesterday we brought down the French Wikipedia, Gabe, Tulin, and I, and we took that onto the server and then copied it off and then put it on another server. So that's the other idea for that. And the other thing that's relatively new, I showed you presets, which are a list of content and services that belong to that are aimed at a particular audience. You can create a preset out of, once you've customized your install, got all the things you want, you can click a button, and it will look at your server and create a preset. So you could just give that preset to somebody else, and when they installed from that preset, it would just go get all that content and put it on their server. We looked at the home page. The home page is configurable here. You can get a list of all the menu items that are on there. We allow you to change the titles and things like that. Sometimes if you get more than one Wikipedia, they might both say Wikipedia, or the only difference might be an accent on one of the letters, so it's a little hard to recognize that. So, for example, these have been renamed to Wikipedia in English. The Zim itself is not renamed; it's just the menu item that is renamed, and these are all editable. You can go in, you can clone one to make one that's similar, or you can go in and change. So sometimes people will get a new Zim and they'll clone another menu item and then modify it to make it match the Zim that they've downloaded. Then there's a couple things here. Mostly these are just system things like looking at memory and storage and stuff like that. The most important one, or the one that you would visit the most, would be the job list, and this is fairly much in the weeds because you've got a whole log of each thing that's run, but it does allow you. The nice thing about this is if you want to download or do something like that, you don't have to stay connected. The server's doing all the work. You come in, you look at the status, you go do something else, close your laptop, whatever, and then come back later and see how you've made out. The server will also, if you lost power in the middle of one of these jobs and you turn it back on, it will attempt to restart the job and resume a download. I don't know. I think we're getting to our time. We should probably go for questions. And let me try and bring the remote folks back in.
And just one other thing, us at Wiki Project Med, we do ship customized versions. So yeah, just gonna say, us at Wiki Project Med, we do ship versions that are customized. So the standard version is English and Spanish content, but we will ship them with any other language of Wikipedia that you want. You just reach out to us and we'll add that language before we mail it to you. Thanks, Claude.
Sent it. Yeah,
So
I
you
think
guys
it's
should be back now. You're live in the room again, and we've got just a little bit of time left for question and answer, if there are any.
Okay.
Sure.
Sure.
Do you consider measuring traffic, as in like where deployments happen, like downloads of the images? And did you think of any proxy, as in like, okay, I have one internet in a box and therefore I will take a not random, but arbitrary number that says, okay, one box equals X users?
I think they vary quite a bit. In terms of traffic, we have AW Stats, which is an old application that can be installed. When in service there, you can pick that and install it. And actually, I usually do throw it on, and it will tell you all the by IP. Of course, they'll all be in your local subnet, but and machine type, all the stuff that normal traffic analysis does. What pages people got. We do a couple. I throw a dummy URL call in the menu, so that when somebody takes a menu item, it will get logged, and so that you'll be able to see what choices were made. Of course, the choices you make inside of Kiwix well, they actually will get logged too because we proxy Kiwix through Nginx. So basically, you're reading all the web server logs and have the normal kind of statistics analysis. I don't know if we've ever done a kind of a count to try and figure out how many users there are. But so,
Any other questions?
all right. Thanks for attending. Thanks to our presenters who, under stress, came in through crazy means, and it actually worked.
Yeah, that's great.
I was.
Thank you, Tim.
I didn't think it would, but or I was hopeful that it would, but I was afraid that it wouldn't. So thanks for coming, and
Thank you,
call it
Tim,
in 85 minutes.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, everyone.
Bye,
So
Shanti.
just after this is just a very short session break, and then lunch is going to be available starting 1 o'clock. Oh, sorry, not 1. Oh, yeah, 1 o'clock. So that's in around 34 minutes from now. If you'd like to stay in the room for a little bit longer, you could also do that. Then no issue. And also, just a reminder that there is a giant Wikimedia Globe puzzle that's available outside starting 1 p.m. up until the closing tonight. So if you have some free time and you'd like to participate in assembling one of the largest puzzles assembled in France, then please feel free to go outside this afternoon to help out with that.
Attention, sorry, people. There are 2 minutes till the next session. Can you please? No, no one is listening. People, there are 2 minutes till the next session, which is about women in the solidarity in Ukraine. If you are not willing to attend that, can you please continue your discussions outside? But those who want, please stay.
Yes, yes.
Check. Hello everyone. The session will start, so please, if you want to join, you can just sitting here. And for another, maybe you can have a discussion in outside room, please. Sit here. Yes. You want to speak? Speak over there or here? I think here is better. How many speakers?
Як це нам буде зручно? Жанна, ти Люба, сюди підходь. Да, ви ж тут разом.
Розетки тут немає, так розумію, так?
Ой, осторожно.
Галя, що тобі допомогти? Це вода твоя? Твоя? То давай я поставлю вгору. Що шукаємо?
Сідаємо чи що? Чи стоїмо, чи що?
Ні, я буду стояти тут,
Добре. А ми що?
читати з папірця, а ви на сцені.
Ти будеш стояти, так? Я можу присісти, так? Може там прикрити двері?
Зараз прикриємо. І телефон з презентації.
Це телефон з презентацією?
Так. Чек, чек. Не працює.
Не перевіряли?
Check, check. Тільки в нас один мікрофон працює. Only one microphone is working, whereas the others. Zero two. This is working. This is not. Мікрофон дадуть і
Check.
починає.
Okay. It's work.
Ну, да, мабуть. Check, check.
Bonjour. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining our session today. We are very pleased to be here at Wikimania 2026. Today, we would like to share a story about collaboration, friendship, and resilience. This is not only a story about Wikipedia. It is also a story about how people can support each other and continue building free knowledge even during wartime. Next slide. А хто нам слайди переключає? Переключайте тоді там.
Клікер. Другий слайд.
Allow us to introduce ourselves. We are three women Wikipedians from different regions of our country. We have different professional background and experience. We are united by one common goal to promote free knowledge through Wikipedia. Our collaboration has grown into a strong partnership that continues despite many challenges. Next slide. My name Галина Качуровська. I have been editing Ukrainian Wikipedia since 2015. My main interest education, cultural heritage, and community activities. I also founded the Wikibar Education Club, where we introduce new contributors to Wikipedia and promoted free knowledge in local communities. Please, Luba.
Bonjour à tous, je m'appelle Lubov Souvergnova. Mon parcours en tant que contributrice Wikipédia a commencé en 2019. À l'époque, je vivais dans l'est de l'Ukraine et je travaillais comme professeur. Mais avec le début, l'invasion à grande échelle menée à la Russie, j'ai dû quitter mon foyer et je me réfugié en Suisse. Cette guerre m'a appris une vérité essentielle. On peut tout prendre à une personne, sa maison, ses biens, son travail. Mais on ne pourra jamais lui enlever sa volonté de grandir et de se rendre utile. C'est exactement ce que Wikipédia m'a offert. Pour moi, ce n'est pas seulement une encyclopédie, mais un lieu unique de liberté où je peux mener à bien des projets culturels et pédagogiques et continuer à m'épanouir tout en me sentant utile au monde.
Так, доброго дня. Hello, I will be translating today. So, hello friends, my name is Lyubov Severnova. My story as a Wikipedia editor began in year 2019 Back then, I lived in eastern Ukraine and worked as a school teacher. However, with the start of Russian full-scale invasion, I had to leave my home and move to Switzerland. The war taught me a profound lesson. If you can strip a person of almost everything, their home, possessions, career, but you can never take away their drive to grow and to be of service to others. For me, Wikipedia became that vital lifeline. It is far more than just encyclopedia. It is a powerful platform of freedom where I can bring cultural and educational projects to life, stay connected, and continue to make a meaningful impact.
Hello, my name is Жанна Oleksienko, username Мандрівниця, and I am a teacher, редакторка Вікіпедії з 2018 року, учасниця проєктів та конкурсів Wikimania, переможниця міжнародних фотоконкурсів «Віки любить пам'ятки» та «Віки любить фольклор», і вчу своїх учениць редагувати Вікіпедію.
Hello, I'm John Oleksienko. I am an active contributor to Wikimedia project and also international photo competitions, which I also have won. And I also teach my students to edit Wikipedia as well.
Each of us has our own personal story. Sorry. Each of us has our own personal story, but we share a common dream. We believe that knowledge should be freely available to everyone. Wikipedia has become much more than just a website for use. It has become a place for friendship, trust, and collaboration. We are from different parts of Ukraine. Our regions are marked on the map of Ukraine.
Next.
Ukraine. But geography does not limit our cooperation. Despite the distance between us, Wikipedia has united us. We use Wikipedia projects in our educational activities, supported each other in educational projects, using Wikipedia in learning processes, working with pupils and students, sharing experience and joint initiatives. Our first meeting took place during the Wikimedia Ukraine webinars for educators. In 2018, we met with Jana in Kiev, and 2019 with Luba in Kremenchuk, Poltava region. Their meetings become important as professional communication and gradually grew into friendship and long-term cooperation. Next. Our collaboration includes many different activities, areas that unite us, creating new articles, improving existing articles, documenting cultural heritage, participating in contests, promotion Wikipedia, training newcomers, students, and colleagues. We have shared interests, travel, and art. Together, we have created our 1,300 Wikipedia articles. We have uploaded our 13,000 photos to Wikimedia Commons. We have organized dozens of workshops and webinars. Together, we have participated in about 150 Wikimedia projects and commissions during our time at Wikimedia. Behind every number is shared experience and hundreds of hours of volunteer work dedicated to free knowledge. Thank you. During our friendship, we have not only met Wikipedia events and education conference. We have supported each other by planning joint participation in events. In January 2024 and 2026, we held Wikimarathon with online meeting or participations. This organization of Wikimarathon has acquired a special meaning support. One of our most meaningful activities has been organization Wikimarathons. Their events bring together experienced Wikipedians and new contributors. Participants learn how Wikipedia works while making their very first edits. In my city of Bar, Vinica region, I have held annual Wikimarathons to mark Wikipedians' birthday since 2017. These were Wikimarathons for students, colleagues, and librarians, and each time there were also newcomers. Photos on the slide from recent year when we united online with participants from Poltava region and Switzerland.
Наші спільні марафони редагування стали чудовою нагодою.
Our joint marathons of editing became a good opportunity for
залучити вчителів, учнів та місцеві громади.
For engaging teachers, students and local communities.
У 2024 році такий марафон відбувся у бібліотеці міста Заводського на Полтавщині для всіх охочих.
For example, in year 2024, such a marathon happened in the public library of city of Zavodske in Poltava region, and everyone could join this event.
На слайді це два фото ліворуч.
On the slides, those are two photos on the left.
А вже в 2026 році марафон пройшов для учнів 8 класу моєї школи.
And in year 2026, this Wikimarathon happened for the students of the 8th class in my school.
Через зимові блекаути він відбувся онлайн.
Due to the blackouts during the winter, it had to happen online.
Проте навіть за таких умов мої вікіподруги змогли приєднатися.
But even in circumstances like that, my friends could join me in that.
Привітати учасників і настільки зацікавити їх своєю участю.
Join me, greet participants and make them so interested that
що згодом кілька учениць захотіли навчитись перекладати статті та завантажувати фото.
So interested that several students later expressed their desire to translate articles and upload photos.
Тож на цьому знімку посередині внизу
Цілими реченнями.
Посередині внизу перші редагування моїх учениць у пункті незламності.
On this photo, which one? Nekomo photo. In the middle photo, there are my students. Their first edits to Wikipedia in so-called points of resilience. For context, these are points where during the blackout you could come and there was electricity, heat, and meals and everything that you would need during times of blackout.
Там було холодно, але світло і працював інтернет.
Well, that was cold there, but at least there was electricity and internet.
Фото праворуч вгорі. Це ми з кішкою Дусею в умовах блекаута записуємо відеопідказку про переклад статей для юних редакторок.
So, the photo on the right, me and my cat Dusia, we record video instruction on how to translate articles, and this is an instruction for young editors.
А ця дівчинка внизу стала найактивнішим новачком квітня і отримала вікізгущівку.
And this girl, this girl on the bottom of the slide became the most active newcomer of April, and she received Wikizhushivka. Wiki condensed milk is our reward that we regularly give to the most active contributors, either long-time contributors or newbies. Can you switch it manually because quicker not?
En janvier 2024, nous avons commencé par rédiger des articles pour les Wikipédia ukrainiennes en collaboration avec des bénévoles suisses et des Ukrainiens fréquentant le café linguistique. En 2026, notre événement a pris une véritable dimension internationale. Nous avons été rejoints par des participants du Café linguistique international ainsi que par des représentants de Wikimedia Suisse. L'atmosphère si particulière de ces rencontres a été sublimée par un pont virtuel entre la Suisse et l'Ukraine. Ces ponts en ligne ont non seulement connecté les participants par-delà les milliers de kilomètres, mais il est aussi devenu un symbole de solidarité, de collaboration et de soutien à la langue et la culture ukrainienne à travers le monde.
In January of year 2024, we started by writing articles for Ukrainian Wikipedia together with Swiss volunteers and also Ukrainian visitors to the language cafe. By 2026, our event had become truly international, welcoming guests from International Language Cafe and representatives from Wikimedia Switzerland. A very special atmosphere was created by the online bridge between Switzerland and Ukraine. This live connection did not just bridge the gap of hundreds of kilometers between the participants. It became a powerful symbol of solidarity, collaboration, and global support for Ukrainian language.
Education has always been at the head of our Wikimedia work. The regular participant in educational conference, teacher training and professional development events. The meeting allows youth to share practical experience of using Wikipedia in education. We encourage educators to consider Wikipedia as available resource for teaching and learning. Starting in 2021, we have been shared our experience and at camps and various cities in Ukraine. In town Kyiv, Lviv, Vinnytsia, Khmelnytsky, Ukraine town. Next. We are also united by participation in various international projects. Among them, European Spring, European Spring, Ukrainian Everywhere on Wikipedia, and Unknown Women. Wikipedia has given us many opportunities to work together. Next. Over the years, we have participated in many national Wikimedia initiatives. The projects focus on history, culture, education, and perceived knowledge.
Preserving knowledge.
Preserving knowledge. Working together has shown us how much can be achieved through collaboration.
Working together has shown us how much can be achieved through collaboration.
Every project has become another step in
strengthening our Wikimedia community, making
Wikimedia
it more
community.
forceful, better.
Yes. One project that is especially important to us is Wikimedia for Schools. It encourages teachers to create reliably, well-resourced education content. Our work has received recognition in several competition categories, including art and work history. More importantly, the projects help young people develop information literacy and critical thinking skills. Next. Photography is another way we contribute to Wikimedia Commons. Our photographs document cultural heritage, architecture, landscape, and nature. Some of their images have received awards in Ukraine competitions.
Some of these images have received awards in Ukrainian competitions.
Every photo helps preserve places, tradition, and memories for future generations. Traveling has often inspired our Wikimedia work. Our visit to Switzerland introduced us to new places, cultures, and ideas. Instead of remaining personal experience, their journeys become collaborative Wikimedia projects. For us, every journey is an opportunity to discover, document, and share knowledge with others.
L'une de nos initiatives communes couronnées de succès a été la semaine de la Suisse sur Wikipédia en ukrainien. Ce projet a réuni 24 participants venus des 4 coins de l'Ukraine. Ensemble, nous avons rédigé plus de 180 nouveaux articles, amélioré les contenus existants et développé de nouvelles catégories, ainsi que des modèles. Pour nous, ce projet a montré comment l'inspiration internationale peut se traduire en action locale et enrichit le savoir libre.
Однією з наших успішних спільних Okay, one of our successful collaborative initiatives was Switzerland Week in the Ukrainian Wikipedia. The project brought together 24 contributors from different parts of Ukraine. Together we created more than 180 new articles, improved existing content, and created new categories and templates. For us, this project demonstrated how international inspiration has become a local action to enrich free knowledge. You could look up more information by this QR code on the bottom of the slide.
Our Wikimedia work has also been shared beyond Wikipedia. Stories about our activities have appeared on Wikimedia platform in region media, education publication, and social media. Social media. This visibility encourages more women to become contributors and helps create positive role models with our communities. Success stories is
Sharing success stories is another way of strengthening the Wikimedia movement.
Communication is an essential part of our collaboration. We stay connected every day through messages, apps, and social media. The platforms allow us to exchange ideas.
These platforms allow us to exchange ideas,
ask questions, celebrate achievements, and support one another during difficult times. Even when we are physically apart, we continue working as one team. During wartime, since 2014, Ukraine has faced Russian military aggression and full-scale invasion that began in February 2022 has profoundly affected every aspect of our lives. Like millions of Ukrainians, we have experienced uncertainty, displacement, emotion, stress, and constant changes.
Like many Ukrainians, we experienced displacement, constant stress, and other misadventures.
Yet, despite their challenges, we have continued contributing to Wikimedia projects. For us, editing Wikipedia became not only volunteer work, but also a way to preserve culture, project knowledge, and support one another. Our experience has shown that a strong community provides much more than technical collaboration. It offers emotion support during difficult times, professional advice, shared motivation, and the confidence that we are not working alone. For Ukrainians living abroad, Wikimedia projects also help maintain a meaningful connection with home. A supportive community gives people the strength to continue contributing even in time of crisis. Based on our experience, we would like to share a few simple recommendations. Build personal relationships on all the professional connection.
Build personal relationships and professional connections.
Support local communities and make volunteers work visible. Combine online collaboration with face-to-face meeting where possible. Strong community are built on trust, kindness, and shared viewpoints. Next. We consider it appropriate to introduce you to 3 Ukrainian women connected to French. They are
Anna Kievska.
Anna Kievska, Maria Bashkirtseva, and Sonia Delaunay.
Anne de Kiev, c'est une princesse originelle de Kiev qui devint reine de France en 1051, apporta une culture très développée en Europe occidentale. Elle est impressionnée par son érudition. Elle signait de sa propre main les actes officiels, tandis que son époux, le roi Henri Ier, se contentait d'y apposer une croix. C'est elle qui introduisit le prénom grec Philippe dans les dynasties européennes et donnant ce nom à son héritier. Elle rapporta également de Kiev de légendaires évangiles de Rennes, sur lequel les rois de France prêtèrent serment pendant des siècles lors de leur couronnement.
Повторіть українською. Нема. Повторіть українською. So, for example, this was Anna of Kiev. She was a princess of Kievan Rus state preceding modern day Ukraine, and she married to a king of France and became a French queen.
Була дуже освіченою, знала мови, підписувала офіційні укази, але коли її король ставив лише хрестик.
She was very educated. She knew many languages and even signed official documents, while her husband could only put a cross with inks and nothing more than that.
Вона ввела грецьке ім'я Філіп, дала своєму синові, і далі вже європейські королі брали це ім'я.
So she had a son, and she gave him a name, a Greek name, Philippe, and that name became popular afterwards. Many successive French kings also took a name of Philippe.
І вона привезла рейнське, з Києва рейнське Євангеліє, на якому королі Франції далі присягали.
And also she brought from Kiev a Bible, which we now know as Ren Bible, on which French kings do their oaths when they are coronated.
Марія Башкирцева, видатна художниця та письменниця, чиє життя і творчість нерозривно пов'язало Україну з Францією.
In the middle, you see Maria Bashkirtseva, a famous artist and writer whose life was tightly connected both to Ukraine and France.
Народилась, як і я, на Полтавщині.
She was born in Poltava region, just like me.
Дитинство провела в Україні, а в підлітковому віці виїхала до Франції.
She spent her childhood in Ukraine, but when she was a teenager, she moved to live in France.
Навчалась в знаменитій академії Жуляна в Парижі.
She was studying in the famous Julian Academy in Paris.
А славу здобула завдяки реалістичним картинам та легендарному щоденнику, написаному французькою мовою.
But she became famous for her realistic pictures and also her legendary diary, which was written in French language.
Похована на цвинтарі Пасі в Парижі, а її роботи виставлялися в Луврі.
She is buried in Passy Cemetery in Paris, and her works are on display in Louvre.
Якщо зацікавитись, він дуже поруч із Ейфелевою вежею. Я маю на увазі цвинтар Пасі, і можете відвідати могилу Марії Башкирцевої.
This cemetery is close to Eiffel Tower, so if you are interested and you will be walking around Paris, you could visit her grave.
Sonia Delaunay was born in Odessa in 1885. She was a famous artist, Ukraine and French, and designer, representative of the Art Deco movement. The slide shows the number of articles written about them in different language. Please check if the article is written in our language.
Next.
We are always open to new partnership and international cooperation. We will be happy to collaborate in educational initiatives, Wikimedia projects, and events related to cultural heritage. Please, for communication, we have educated our emails. Educated our emails.
We have indicated our emails on this slide for communication. If you want to contact us with further questions, feel free.
We believe that every new acquaintance can be the beginning of another successful cooperation. Next. This year, Wikipedia celebration its 25th anniversary. We congratulate each and every one of you. For 25 years, Wikipedia has brought together millions of volunteers around the world in shared mission of free knowledge. We are proud to be a small part of this wonderful global community. In closing, we would like to thank Wikimedia Ukraina and everyone who helped make our participant in Wikimedia possible, and everyone present. Participating in Wikimedia together has a dream that the three of us shared. Today that dream has become a reality. We hope that our story will show that Wikimedia is much more than just a collection of projects. It is a global community where friendship, solidarity, and cooperation help people overcome difficulties and continue to build free knowledge together. Thank you very much.
Ми дякуємо Антону за те, що він люб'язно погодився нам допомогти.
We thank Anton for agreeing to help us with translation.
Особливість українського менталітету полягає в самоіронії.
It is an interesting and basic feature of Ukrainian mentality that is self-irony.
Тому вибачайте нам нашу англійську і дякуємо, що ви до нас завітали.
Sorry for our imperfect English, and thank you very much that you have come to us. Питання?
Today we have a first speech on Wikimania. Thank you.
Next will be Q&A, questions and answers. If you want to ask something, I will come with a microphone to you and then translate your question to them. Okay, I'm coming.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. And my question is, does it mean a lot to you that the Ukrainian flag is here next to the French and European flag in front of the building? Yeah.
Дякую за презентацію. Ви помітили, що перед нашою будівлею висять європейський, французький, український прапор. Що це для вас означає?
Thank you question. Так, ми побачили в перший день український прапор. Ми зробили, це для нас було дуже приємно. Ми, скажімо, на фоні прапорів Франції, України, Євросоюзу зробили своє перше фото до Вікіманії, про Вікіманію 2026. Тому для нас...
surely have noticed, and we were pleasantly surprised, and we actually made our very first photo, our very first photo on this Wikimania with those flags on the background.
Для нас дуже важливо бачити український прапор, символіку України, підтримує світ. І наше найбільше бажання сьогодні було не лише виступити на Вікіманії, а ми живемо єдиним бажанням, яке, мабуть, ви нас теж підтримуєте, про найшвидше закінчення війни.
So it's very important to us to see the support that Europe and France have for us, and our biggest desire here was not just to make our presentation. Our biggest desire is to see the end of this war finally.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's always the one at the back. Are there any Ukrainian women's pages, just in Ukrainian, that you'd like translated into other languages particular favourites of yours? I can do English if you give me the list. Other people can probably do others. Oh, articles, yeah.
Чи є багато статей українською про жінок, які ви хотіли, щоб були перекладені іншими мовами? Наприклад, я можу перекласти англійською.
Дякую за питання. Ми з вами спілкувалися. Я розумію, чому ви це питання задали. Тому в нас багато є жінок, пов'язаних із Францією, відомих наших і науковиць, які б ми, звичайно, хотіли, щоб були перекладені іншими мовами. Україна проводить такі проекти, як місяць міжнародний написання про Україну. І
So there are a lot of women which are connected both to Ukraine and France, many women scientists, and we also have our Ukrainian diplomacy months, during which we encourage people from other countries to write articles about Ukraine, including biographical articles about women.
Я думаю, що ми створимо такий список найвідоміших, ну, можливо, це буде 100 жінок-українок, які би ми хотіли, щоб весь світ про них знав.
So we have plans to compile a list of 100 most famous Ukrainian women, and about which we want that articles about them would be translated in as many languages as possible.
Just a small remark on this point. Irina Belska is a famous Ukrainian and French scientist about whom we have articles in both Ukrainian and English Wikipedia. Unfortunately, I've written already both these articles, so no work to do, but the articles can be improved. She's a vice president of the International a section of International Astronomical Union, so more information can be added this year. But I have some more articles about Ukrainian scientists we could combine, connect, and improve and translate them. Thank you. Not in French, as far as I know.
So that's next.
So we have an ongoing collaboration with the Ukrainian Association in Italy, and the next step in our collaboration is to have an event on March about Ukrainian women in history that are not that don't have articles on Italian Wikipedia. So I guess that could be a point to collaborate on. If you have maybe a list
March
that
next year,
clearly, when there is the International Women's Day. So if you have like a list or some resources we can use, it would be really helpful.
Ми з приємністю приймаємо таку ініціативу, і ми готові доєднатися, і, можливо, якраз до цього наш список у 100 найвідоміших жінок різних галузей науки, культури, мистецтва може бути для цього проєкту якраз в нагоді. Я правильно?
We are very much in favor of such proposition. We are ready to cooperate with you, and maybe by that time we will have already compiled this our list of 100 most important women in different fields, so like culture, science, politics, and so on. And not only biographies, also there can be, for example, famous monuments from Ukraine and many other interesting things.
May I add a small proposition? I found that Paris has renamed a park 3 years ago in Jardin de Cave near the Petit Palais, the small palace. And maybe one of you will still take some pictures if you're still in Paris. And I have my small tradition to write an article at Wikimania, Jardin de Cave, a park in Paris named after Cave. So that would be nice if somebody of you would like to write small articles in their language about the Jardin de Cave. And take some photos if possible. I couldn't do it, unfortunately.
В центрі Парижа є парк поблизу маленького палацу, який нещодавно перейменували на честь Києва. Тепер він називається Київський парк. І було б непогано, якби хтось написав про нього статті, ну і також сфотографував його і завантажив ці фотографії. Оце в мене така пропозиція зі співпраці.
До тих пір тільки французьку мову.
Just one suggestion. If you want to start today, there are lists from CE Spring. There are lists of women, there are lists of cultural things, various topics. So we have over 10 years of organizing, and lists are changing a bit each year. And Ukraine has one of the most complete lists in the contest. So if you start today, just look on Metaphor C Spring 2026, and there are Ukrainian lists.
Є конкурс «Європейська весна», який я вже багато років організовую. В цих списках є дуже багато речей про Україну, включаючи жінок. І мушу зазначити, що українці завжди надають дуже повні розгорнуті списки. І я закликаю вас долучитися до цього конкурсу. Можливо, ви там знайдете якісь цікаві статті, над якими ви могли б попрацювати.
Ми активно долучаємося до цього конкурсу вже багато років.
We already do for many years. We already joined European Spring for many years, and we will continue to do so.
Thank you. Thank you.
Maybe we could make a photo if
Yes,
you will.
if you want to take a picture, I will help it. So you can just take a picture there in
a little bit about using Wikidata templates in other Wikimedia projects. So I hope you're in the right session. There was a change of rooms, so like you might genuinely be in the wrong session right now. But this is a very cool session, so you can stay if you're already here. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so this session is geared towards contributors who are new to using templates, new to using Wikidata in other Wikimedia projects, who might know a bit about Wikidata or a bit about Wikipedia and not too much about Wikidata. But even if you're pro at using templates, I would love it to be for you to be here so that we can have a dynamic exchange. We're going to try and learn from each other. There's going to be a few different exercises as we go along, nothing too hard. And then one big one, which you may or may not succeed at, and it's totally fine. But yeah, this is the rundown. I'll introduce you to using Wikidata in other Wikimedia projects. I will introduce you to templates. I will introduce you to things to think about when you're using a template, and then we will do a little exercise trying to use one of these templates. So if you have your laptop, that's great. If not, you can huddle with somebody. It's fine. Yeah, so let's get into it. Any questions so far? Comments? No. You can also ask a question as I go along. I'll interrupt if there's something that you don't get. Okay, so where do you see Wikidata in other Wikimedia projects? You see them in info boxes. I'll show you what they look like. So this is an Igbo Wikipedia article about Cristina Figueres. She's a Costa Rican figure who was very important for working on the Paris Climate Agreement. This box on the right corner that I'm just scrolling down is an info box. I'm sure you've all seen an info box, but this specific one comes from Wikidata. And this is through a template called Template Wikidata. And this was a template that was made for people who are not super technical. It's mostly used by communities that don't have a lot of contributors. And what this does is that it pulls information directly from her Wikidata item. And so if Christina were to, for example, change her website, like you see down here, and somebody updated it in Wikidata, then it gets automatically pulled into this article. So for the folks on Igbo Wikipedia who don't have a lot of volunteers or contributors, they can rely on the power of the larger Wikidata community. So that is Template Wikidata. I'll show you another place that Wikidata is used in other Wikimedia projects. So this would be on authority control. So this is now in Commons, and this is about a category called Bristol. So it's a place called Bristol in Virginia, not the Bristol in England. And you can see that it's coming from Wikidata. You can see the item number here. You can see the National Library ID it comes from, and you can also see the ID from OpenStreetMaps on here. Other place, you see it in images, just like we saw in Christina's article. So the image in the info box can actually come from Wikidata. It doesn't only need to be from Commons. And then we also see it in recent changes and watch lists. For those who don't know what recent changes and watch lists are, recent changes is a page that has every single thing that just happened on your wiki in the last 40 days. So if I were to go and create an article on English Wikipedia, for example, and I just created a new page, if someone went to the recent changes page, they would see it. So here is an example of the recent changes page on Igbo Wikipedia. And something important to note is that this is not automatic. This is a setting that users have to put on by themselves because they care about the things that are coming from Wikidata that could be in their articles. So in this instance, this is again from Igbo Wikipedia, and this person you can see like use quick statements, which is a feature on Wikidata, And they updated a lot of articles. They put information about Erykah Badu, Queen Latifah. So if you've written the Erykah Badu article, or you're watching the Queen Latifah article because you're a big fan and you care what's happening to that article, if things are happening from Wikidata in that article, you can see it either in your recent changes page or in your watch list page. And final place for some other two places for seeing Wikidata in your articles are in citations. I'll show you an example. So this is very cool. This is an article about a band called Shizuka. They were a Japanese band, and pretty much all the citations are coming from Wikidata. And a way to see this, I'm going to go into the, I took a screenshot of the source code so that you can see that. So if you went to the source code, so you hit edit, and you can see, so these places that I've highlighted in green or underlined in green, this is where the CiteQ template is being used. I'll make it bigger. So what CiteQ does is that it just lets you have a really neat reference that is also coming from Wikidata. So say there was a typo, or there was someone who discovered something new, or an article got like amended because something changed in the original source reference. Once it gets updated in Wikidata, thanks to CiteQ, it can get updated in your article. And then the last place, which maybe a lot of you know, because I can see some red t-shirts here, is people are using Wikidata for their lists as well. So here is an example of that. It's mostly being used through something called Listeria Bot, and this is like the page for the Met, a museum in New York, I think, and you can see how they're using it to organize their different artifacts, and it's being powered by Wikidata. So this is very cool, because if something changes in this artifact, for example, someone did some more research on it, and they're like, oh, actually, we now know the creator of it. It gets added to Wikidata, and anyone who's made a list that has these parameters, it will get populated. A really cool use case for this is for people who organize editathons, and Women in Red use this a lot for their editathons. So here, for example, Women in Red, they've made a list of articles that they would like to write. And this is very important because we all know that there's not as many articles written about women as there are about men on Wikipedia. And Women in Red, so all these links in red, it means that there are no articles about these women. So you can come here, you can pick an article, you can write about it, and the fact that, you know, an article now exists is being monitored via Wikidata. So these are a couple of use cases of using Wikidata in your Wikimedia project. And if you want to see some more, you can log into the event EA and try to access my slide, and you can click here and you'll see more examples. So we're gonna go into our first exercise. Let's see who was listening. Okay, so the question is, I would like you guys to think about other potential use cases of Wikidata's data in other projects. It could be Commons, Wikisource, books, any of them. And you can either share or write in the chat for those who are online what you think some of these use cases are. So let's take a couple minutes to do that. And I just realized I'm not online, so I need to go online for those in the chat. I'll be right back. No one online, only live participants, yay. Okay, cool, all right. Okay, so find some potential use cases. I'm gonna be asking you guys to share, and Chitra is gonna help me with the mic when you guys are ready. Okay, you guys ready? Yeah, I see a nodding head. And I see someone called Aryan really eager to share. It's like dying to share. Yeah, you can give him the mic. Okay, is there someone else? I'm just teasing him.
It's less unfair if he answered the question, right?
Anyone want to share? Oh, thank you so much.
Sorry. I'm not sure if this is a good example, but Wikisource uses info boxes as well, and the the Source Reader app pulls information from Wikidata to provide it about books.
That is a great example. Thank you. I'm going to give you a sticker afterwards.
One that I use quite a bit on commons categories that have an associated Wikidata item, Wikidata Infobox.
Thank you. Yeah.
It's a very rare use, but sometimes we can use the Wikidata Graph Builder to insert what is in English genealogy from people or from animals directly in Wikipedia articles, and I do that.
Well, what language do you write in?
I do that in French, but I published in diff in English for help to reuse this.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, last person, or last two people.
I wanted to mention this. Actually, it was the first thing that people who were old enough to remember that they had to link articles by putting Wikitext in their context. That was the first feature that Wikidata offered, linking together different language articles.
Yes, it's so common that we take it for granted now, but yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think we've used Wikidata data on OpenStreetMap and also on Wikivoyage.
Yes, yeah. Okay, thank you so much, everybody. And I love hearing a little bit about the backgrounds of people, what they're editing on, what their interests are. It's going to be very helpful when we get to the bigger exercise. So, exciting. Okay, if you want to learn more about using Wikidata in other Wikimedia projects, yeah, just click these two links. They have tutorials, and one of them is Wikidata 101. You can take little classes when you have free time on how to use Wikidata. Because Wikidata is, the way it works is quite different from the other projects, sometimes you just need to dedicate a little bit of time to learn about how to model the data or to learn about the different terminology that you see on there. Okay, so let's go into the second part. What makes templates so cool? They're really cool because you can easily use them to standardize information. So I'll show you an example of a template called Infobox Camera, which is a specific info box for cameras that people who are really into cameras use to make sure they got all the information about the cameras down to a T. So you can see here that they've put like who's made this camera. This is a Mark V. It's quite old. You can see the starting price if you have 3,500 to spend, which you should not on this camera because there are better ones now. You can see that. So you can pretty much see everything that you need about this camera at a glance. And that's cool because, you know, if you were to check it out in, say, like French, because that's the language that you understand better, you will be able to see that information just in a language that is more comfortable for you. So yeah, that's a very good use of templates. They're also dynamic. So let's check out this article about a Belgian actress called Charlotte Abramov. So this is a Full Day article. I think, yeah, of this actress. And something that's really cool is like, it's put her birthday here, right? So it's also got her website. It's got like field of work. So if she were to start working in, say, like cartoons, it would get updated here. If someone were to add that in Wikidata and say like, actually she's now working in cartoons instead of performing arts, it gets updated here. So again, communities that don't have larger volunteer forces can rely on general Wikidata strengths to keep their information up to date. You can come in, by the way, if you want to. Okay. Yeah, try room 4 because I was supposed to be in room 4 and now I'm here. Yeah, maybe they switched. No. Okay. Okay. So another thing that makes templates very cool is that you can get the information in your local language, like I said, but there's something that is really key for us. So this is, again, this Charlotte Abramov's article in Full Day, but you can see that actually not every single thing is localized. For example, here it says copyright status as a creator. This is clearly not Full Day. And basically, this is a challenge because readers who might not understand English still see some of these things. So one thing to keep in mind when you're using templates is that they might not always pull in your local language, and you have to take a few more steps to get it into your local language. If you want to know how to put it, I'm about to put you on the spot. If you want to know how to put things into your local language, talk to this guy, Dian Shitobu, because he knows everything about it. And then finally, just like someone shared earlier about categorizing, you can absolutely use templates to categorize. And a really cool thing you can do is you can actually check you can put in something. So this template called Wikidata tracking, you can put it into your articles if you want to have another step of manually verifying something. So say, for example, this article about Charlotte Abramov records her birthday as the 30th of June, but on Wikidata it's recorded as the 29th. When this tracking category is there, you get that as a list of all the things that are part of that category. So you can go and check and you'll be like, is it actually Charlotte's birthday today? And then you figure out which one is correct and you edit that. Okay. So just as cool as they are, there's also some challenges. I already mentioned the one about local languages. The other thing is that it can be really hard to edit, like whether in the source code editor or in the visual editor. Also, not all templates are made for showing things properly on a screen that is not a desktop. Because templates are so complicated, like they look really cool on the outside because it's just like, these braces and then some cool, quirky wiki name that nobody will ever remember on the inside. But it's actually, you can have templates that have templates inside of them, and then inside of them you have the Lua module, and then inside of them you also get like images from Commons, so it can just be a total mess. And then, because they are so like quirky, if you're a newbie, you don't actually know like what this thing is. You also don't know where the information is coming from, so that if you wanted to change the information, you could actually do something about it. And then, because anyone can edit them, which is what makes them cool, it also makes it very hard to keep documentation up to date, and it just makes it hard to change things or to find errors if there's an error in one of them. So we are at our next exercise. Yay. And I'm going to ask people to share if they've used any templates, what kind of templates they've used. If they haven't, what kind of templates they might like to use. If you need a little cheat sheet, you can come here and click and see a list of templates, but just know that these are templates that are only on English Wikipedia, and there are so many more, hundreds of templates on different language editions. So I'll give us 3 minutes to think about it, what you might like your template to do if you haven't used one, or what you use it for if you use one.
Yeah, thank you. So for us, we use the Wikidata-powered info box on the Dagwana Wikipedia. Then we have two sets of templates. One is called the bio template, and the other is called the data box template. We use the bio template for human articles or human biographies, and then the data box template for any other category of an article. So the difference comes in how they are displayed and all of that. Yeah.
Should I show us?
Yes, you can show theaging.wikipedia.org.
All right, so let me show. Should I show this person?
Yes, John Dramani Mahal.
Because he's quite popular. Although the
president
it's
of
saying
Ghana.
E-class article, so.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a human example, right?
Exactly. So this is a bio box. Yeah. All of this data is pulled from Wikidata. Then we have the data box, so you can search for a school like Tamale Senior High School.
About to test my spelling.
Third one. Okay,
Thank you.
now, yeah.
Internet's a bit slow.
Yeah.
So traveling from Ghana. Yeah. Oh no, it's coming. No, not yet. Yeah. Okay.
This one is data box template, a general template for other item outside human articles. Yeah.
Thank you.
So the difference comes in the visual outlook of it. Yeah. And mostly BioBox gives you more data than the data box.
Thank you so much. Someone else?
Hi, Zafer, from Wikidata admin I am, and also I'm Turkish Wikipedian. We are using the Turkish Wikipedia for populations, because every year the Turkish Statistic Institute releasing to the all villages, cities, population every year in usually the February, and then we are entering to that all informations to Wikidata. After that, we are taking from the all pages to Wikidata. If you want, we can look to the one of
What's the code
TR,
for
TR, yes, trwikipedia.org. I can say to the one neighborhood, HACI HIZIR.
I think I got something wrong.
This is the I. We have a
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it one of?
Yeah, the Haji. Yes.
Which, this one?
Not that one.
Third one.
Haji. HI.
Yeah.
Can you go to the Wikidata?
Yes.
We can go to through the Wikidata. Yeah. You can write here is Hacı Hızır. HICIHIZ. Oops. I cannot see to do screen from here. My glasses is.
It's okay. Thanks for coming over here.
Yeah. Yeah, that one. If you go to the Turkish from here.
Nice. Perfect.
Yeah, there is TR. The info box population coming from there. Also, this table. Can you? There is a edit source. The nüfus is writing. Yeah, that one. This table also coming, all of them from Wikidata.
This one.
Yes.
Amazing. Thank you.
Our one user, he knows very well to do Sadrettin username. He made it that one, and also he's entering the all village population in the Wikidata. It is in Turkey more than 27,000 village and town. He's entering every year to all population. Can you go to the back to Wikidata, please?
Sure.
You can go to the upside. Go. Yeah, that is all populations.
Wow.
Yearly. By yearly. This is the very small neighborhood. It's my neighborhood. This one, I'm living. My mother living this neighborhood. We are entering to the all year these populations and then taking the Wikidata to Turkish Wikipedia.
This is very cool. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm also seeing that the stats are coming from the reference is from the Turkish Statistical Institute. And this is very cool because we can rely on this. Yeah. Thank you.
I have a question for you. Is it something which is built in MediaWiki in the software, or is it something you created yourself using templates, maybe Lua module? And
this is a very difficult question for me because Sadrettin is the user.
Yeah, you don't know. It's fine. It's okay if you don't know.
But we can ask to him.
We'll look it up. Thanks.
Thank you. That's a great question because I was just going to note this for me so that I can check this later. Thank you. Okay, nice. Okay, let's continue. Thank you guys who shared. Super useful. Anybody want to share before we move on? Yeah? Okay, yes. Please. Thank you.
Sorry, that's an example in the French Wikipedia because I'm working on a PhD about horse genealogical data. So I put a lot of horses in Wikidata, and Amins hates me. We can generate the genealogical tree from Wikidata directly, and the graph, all the graph will, with all the descendants, the child from a common ancestor. And it's very, very interesting to study inbreeding or consanguinity. I'm not sure for the word in English. And we have several models from 4 genealogical data, the classic tree, and there is 2 models you can use.
Yeah, do you want to show it to us?
In the French Wikipedia, Briand 755. I'm not sure how to do that in English. Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Thank you. My French spelling would not be able to spell that.
In my thesis paper. So this source is in my thesis paper, and the graph too. So if you go here, all these childs have been created. This is just the child. The graph is enormous. 1 year of work on Wikidata. Here you have the classic genealogical tree. The data are from an old stud book from 1883. And yeah, you can click here, and you will have the Wikidata Graph Builder. This graph is very small. I have a very big one, but not for today. With this, you can calculate inbreeding, and it's very interesting for research purpose, not only for us, but for every living being.
Human also?
Yeah. Sorry?
Human also? Les humains aussi?
Yeah. For the Habsburg, as an example. Sorry for my English. And yeah, you have the, well, it's too big. You have another genealogical tree, and you can navigate. Here is a child of the previous horse, and you can navigate like this between Wikipedia articles with the genealogical tree.
Wow. Thank you. I think there's a question for you, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. So the tree you were showing with all the shields, which is super large, that tree is actually generated from Wikidata research? So the tree she's showing there, it's automatic. Yeah. So the tree is generated automatically from Wikidata, which means you only have to update Wikidata and magic happens.
You have to create a new item, in Wikidata for each of the horses, but you can do that by extracting the data with OpenRefine, not one by one, of course.
And then you have to create all the wiki article. It's a never-ending project.
I know that.
Thank you so much for sharing that. That was amazing. Okay, anyone would like to share about a template that they would like to use? Maybe they've never used it, but they're curious. Anyone? No, okay. All right, let us move on. If you want to know about the different templates that already exist, you just go to this link, and it's going to tell you all the different templates that you can use. So, things to think about before using a template. Think about the community preference. So let's go back to this article about Charlotte. So this is the article in For Full Day. You can see that they used one of the templates that Deanne told us about. But if we go to another language, say let's try German, they refuse to use any. And if we go to, let's try French, they used a similar one, but different. So think about what's going on in your community. It doesn't mean you shouldn't introduce new things. It's just good to be aware of what's happening, maybe different reasons behind the choices. Yeah, so think about that. We already talked about language. You don't want to introduce something if it's not going to show the language in the local language. People are just not going to be able to read it. And finally, there's like so many different kinds of templates. There's literally a template on Infobox cheese. So if you were like, I really want to write about cheese, there's an Infobox for you. So yeah, you could really get like quite specialist on this. And then the last thing is you can experiment in your sandbox, which is what we're hopefully going to do next, before you publish. So you have space to like really play with it, make mistakes, learn, and all that. Okay, so let's try some work for those who have their laptops. So we're going to try two templates. One is called Data Box. So we saw that already here, not in this one, but in this one. This one is Data Box. And we're going to try another one called SiteQ. That's the one for doing cute references. And we'll see if you get it to work. So, yeah, if you open your laptops, go to your sandbox. I'm going to try and do it so that you can follow me. So, I'm so sorry, but the sandbox is not available in every language. I just learned that while I was doing this. Shocker. Um, like, what the hell? Yeah, go for it.
In the Galician Wikipedia, which is a language in Spain, we don't have a link to the sandbox, but we can add just a slash and write whatever we want.
Okay.
And we create a sandbox.
All right. So maybe you're going to explain that to people who want to use a sandbox but don't have a sandbox, and maybe even me, because I need that.
Okay.
All right. So what do I do?
You enter in the Wikipedia, whatever language you want.
So go to your language.
And now I forgot, but I think you have to be in your user page.
Okay. So let me go to myself.
And then there, you just add a slash.
Yeah.
And the name of the sandbox you want.
Okay. I'll just write sandbox. See if it works.
Yeah.
It worked. Woo!
Yeah, there is not direct link from the icon, but
yeah,
it works.
Okay, so anyone who needs a sandbox but didn't have one, if you want us to repeat, just let us know. Yeah? We can do it again. All right. So once you're in your sandbox, here is my suggested exercise, but you don't have to do it. But we want to try and put the Wikidata info box, so that's the data box. So you need to put the curly brackets. It's a common mistake. Sometimes people put the square one, but you need the braces. And then another common mistake is the pipe. It needs to be straight and not a forward slash or backward slash. And just to make it easy, you just want to tell it what the corresponding item to your article is. So you would have already, so we're assuming like you've written your article about whatever it is you want to write. You've made an item for it on Wikidata, and now you want to pull in the thing that was on Wikidata into your article so that you can make your info box. Does anyone have any problems, need any support so far? Question?
Thank you. My language, Wikipedia doesn't have site Q as a template.
Yes, thank you so much for bringing that up. What language is yours?
Portuguese.
Portuguese, okay. So when I was doing this, I was like, oh my God, so many challenges. And I'm so glad we're talking about this because this is important, right? I was like, oh my God, I'm not even going to be able to show people what the result looks like because there is no site Q in Igbo as well. So that's also a challenge. Not all templates exist in all languages. So that's really important, but something you can do is go to the template page itself and you could request some support with getting that template that you want in your local language. So basically I had to, in preparing for this, try like a bunch of different languages. So on the Igbo one, actually I'm going to do it on the Igbo one. Yeah, I'm going to do the exercise with you.
So if you're an admin on a particular wiki, you can also import templates.
Yes, please share how to do that. Thanks for being here.
It is only when you are an admin.
Yeah, but you can.
Please, I am an admin on your wiki. An administrator on your language wiki. Okay, so if you have admin rights, you go to special pages and then you can find import templates, and then you choose the template you want.
Yeah, so you could, for example, write on your village pump requesting for your admin to add this template because you really like it and you find it useful, and they would import it, and then you would be able to use SiteQ. The other thing is, I also learned in the course of preparing for this, is that the template might exist, but it might be called something else in another language. And it's just it's just hard to know which one is which. So, for example, I was like, I really need to have a page that shows both of the examples that I want to show, and it happened to be French Wikipedia. So you can use DataBox on French, and you can also use SiteQ on French, but SiteQ is called something else. It's called like Bibliographie. But it took like ages to discover that this actually exists in another language. So it's also like very good to talk to people when you think something doesn't work, it might actually work. It's just hard to find. Yeah. Any other comments, questions? Anyone need some support? Yeah.
On English Wikipedia, I've got template data box, but I see it's been repeatedly deleted, and I'm not sure why.
Yeah, thank you. That is another thing I learned in the process of working on this. I learned that English Wikipedia, although they use Wikidata in their different info boxes, sometimes like via parser functions, they don't actually always like using a specific kind of, they're like very restrictive on what Wikidata info boxes they use. So yes, I also wasn't able to use DataBox on my English Wikipedia, which was extremely frustrating. So it looks like this. I don't know, maybe you got that already. Yeah, exactly. So what I tried to like circumvent this was to search for other possible like templates that might do the same thing, although unfortunately they are not they're not the one that I wanted, not my first choice. So you could just try and insert a template, and then you can try and find the one that you want.
Just puzzles me because there are a number of languages that do this.
Yeah, it's very annoying.
I think that for English Wikipedia so far, they rely heavily on manually created info boxes, which is quite annoying. And new users will always come and break these templates, and administrators will block them. So it's a whole complex issue. But I feel like if administrators on English Wikipedia could just accept the Wikidata-powered info box, of course, we could have different info box for different things. Just like on the Gbana Wikipedia, we have an info box for human biographies, other info boxes. If you check the Arabic Wikipedia, they will have different Wikidata powered info boxes for different things. For example, if they need an info box for a building, it has got its own template, even though it's Wikidata powered. If they need it for a human being, so yes, English Wikipedia could also adapt something similar. But at the moment, no, it doesn't work that way. You have to go about the Mac language.
Thank you so much. So I wonder if there's another comment, question, support needed. Okay, so I also experienced a lot of these challenges that you mentioned while preparing this. So I tried first in English Wikipedia. I could get SiteQ to work, but I couldn't get DataBox to work. So that's what it looks like here. And then I tried on Igbo Wikipedia. Let's see. And I could get DataBox to work, but I couldn't get SiteQ to work. And then I tried on French Wikipedia, and I got both. Yay! It's just that I don't speak French. Woo! So yeah, those were some of my challenges working on this. So, yeah, anyway, so these are the links to the templates in case you want to request that your admin pull it in, or in case you want to start a conversation with a community asking them like, why the hell don't you allow Wikidata powered info boxes? There. So we're coming to the end of the session because we're almost at time, but I wanted to ask if people already have ideas of what else they think that we can do to improve Wikidata templates. We already talked about things being difficult to find, things not existing in multiple languages, or some communities not being friendly to certain kinds of templates, but I'm wondering if there's any other ideas in the room or comments to share regarding what we could do to make better use of templates. Yeah.
Usually, we are not trusting to Wikidata infos usually because there is so much vandalism. We have to very carefully when we are putting into something, especially birth and death dates, because usually they have vandalism on that type of deaths, especially famous people. Sometimes famous people dying in every week. I'm saying to this one, but the other, like a population, the other things has to be take from the Wikidata because this is not a very important information. Maybe this is country population could be add the manually, but the village, the other things, because as I said, we have a 28,000 village and neighborhood in Turkey. Nobody can update all Wikipedias. This one. The other thing I can take to do every time can say to do take to the Wikidata.
Okay,
and
awesome.
I check also to our template. It is coming from module, some module generated.
Okay.
After that, it is going to do template.
Yeah, okay, nice, thank you. Any other comments to share? Yes.
So one interesting challenge we've had in Portuguese Wikipedia is that Portuguese is a gendered language. And for that reason, so if you have someone who identifies as male or female, or a man or a woman, they will use different, not just pronouns, but we will use different words for them. So words will have a different ending letter, that sort of thing. So there was some work that happened in the past, so that's already done, for info boxes that relate to people to connect, to use the right gender for the person. There's still some work to be done, and I think that's because of there isn't a consensus yet on non-binary people. But for the binary, we have that where jobs will reflect the gender of the person, and other words will reflect the gender of the person. I think that's a really cool thing that someone did.
Oh, very cool, thank you. Okay, any other thing to share? What would you like your templates to do for you? No? Okay. All right then, let's do some session feedback. What did you like? What did you not like so much? Make it bigger.
Hello. Yeah, I'm working for the Wikimedia Foundation and dealing with a lot of topics, and that's the first time I see a presentation about how people actually use templates and how you can connect Wikidata into a template. And I know some things, but I think your presentation was very, very clear. I feel like now I can actually explain how template work with Wikidata. So thank you for this presentation.
Thank you. Anyone else want to share? Yeah.
No, sorry, I have a template idea from the
Okay,
previous
go.
question. No, I wonder if there are ways to include query results, but not in as a list, but for example as a timeline or as a map or those kinds of things. I'm not sure if it is possible. I don't think so.
We can look it up afterwards. I know someone who knows about that in the back. Okay, anything else anyone would like to share before we wrap up? Yeah? Okay.
Just to thank you for this session. It was very funny. And thank you also for taking into account the different language and Wikipedia in different languages and how we struggle sometimes when we are working between Wikipedia with a very hegemonic language and with other languages that are less hegemonic. So thank you very much for taking that
Thank
into
you.
account.
All right, if you can write me about your amazing template idea and I can find out about it, this is my email. And yeah, I work on this project, trying to get more Wikidata into sibling projects. So if you also have like a crazy idea, I loved the example you showed about the Turkish, the lists. We're gonna look into that, very cool. So I also learned a lot from you all. And I'm really happy you were here, so thank you for coming. Yeah. And now we can party. It's over, guys.
Yes, I am. Yeah. And usually I'm also